Hello. How's everybody? Like I set the ads to start up 3 minutes before they did. So, yeah, I'm so sorry for starting a couple minutes late. That was not the plan. I was here to start at the proper time, 12:05. Uh, it started like that purely because the ad manager is lying to me. It said that it would start 1 minute after the stream started, so that it would have 3 minutes of ads, so that y'all would get back, so that I could start on time. But no, it Babos wants to do his own thing. Despite that, not even despite that, that's just a little inconvenience. I'm doing pretty good. How's everybody? It's nice to be back on the regular stream schedule. I was in class yesterday, which felt really good. It was nice to, be back in class. I tell you, man, I enjoyed the Bendython. It was a good time. I do not do well with breaking schedule. I do not do well breaking schedule, and that was one big break in schedule. So it feels wonderful to be back. Normal time, normal day, normal subject. It feels grand. Let me get the proper music up. I'm going to get the volume down to 30 because we are going back to, oh my god, this feels so good to do. Back to Outer Wilds, folks. Oh yeah, that feels great. Also, on Tuesday, when I get back to streaming, One Piece fan art, if my mic stops working again, y'all will have to do, like, my ingrained microphone. If that breaks again, I will need to do my headphone mic rather than my professional actual external mic because, fun fact, not enough USB ports. But for the time being today, we are dealing with a good, very nice actually microphone, considering that it cost me like $25, $50. I forget where and when I got it. It was a little bit pricey for my price range, but it was worth it, I think. It's gonna be nice to return to DnD Worldbuilding. Not that we've actually broken the schedule of it, cause we managed to do the Bendy-thon in a convenient enough amount of time. But yeah, it's nice to be back. I have some interesting ideas. This one character in particular I had the idea for, and we'll probably start with them, but we'll sort of expand off of it. It's also nice, in particular, to be returning to the wonderful, wonderful city of Marrowhurst. Amazing. 10 out of honestly, as far as like medieval-esque cities go, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid, I think. Don't mind me being tired. I was streaming every day from Sunday to Wednesday. And then I went to my college course on Thursday. And then I am here now. So I've been doing a lot of work. I've been doing a lot of work this past week. I'm making sure Obsidian is still open. Very good. Let's go to art time, folks. Yes. Grand. Wonderful. Splendid. Also, I realized something. Before I swapped my schedule to Fridays, I was doing stuff under the D&D category on Thursdays. And if you remember the Critical Role tagline, "Is it Thursday yet?" That might be a little bit of a problem. So let's make Fridays our own, folks. You know, let's have a grand old time. Alright, I'm going to move that a little bit more that way. There, alright. Alright, there we go. That looks better. That looks better for this model. I set up a lot of bounce, and like changed the mic settings on my PNG Tuber model, so that it would work well with the Bendy-thon models. But now we're back, and I'm using my Bond model, which is very cool and awesome. And so, without further ado or don't, let us begin. Alright, so here's the idea. I'm gonna change from Kenku to Birdman. Just cause, Kenku, I think, is technically copyrighted, and I don't know if it's in the SRD yet. And also, I don't know if they're actually a Kenku. They are a crow person. There we go. A better app, because I don't know what their gender is yet. But now we have a crow person who steals the eyes from dead people. I figured out last night, the purpose of doing this. Right? I figured out the purpose. In order to gain insight. Yeah, insight. You know, it's a little bit of that Bloodborne type shtick about the eye, you know, more eyes, insight. Our eyes are yet to open, eyes on the inside, you know, all that goodness, all that goody-goody. This is causing the spirits of the dead to become restless. There we go. So I think this is causing, because of local beliefs about the eyes, is causing the spirits to become restless. And this is causing trouble. I think I know where I want to put them. I'm going to put them in the rat's nest. I don't think they're important. They're an important character necessarily yet. I'll figure that out. All right, that will be figured out. It'll be grand. All right, there we go. Stretching is wonderful, folks. All right. Other characters. Because you know, you can't all have, you know, every character by necessity cannot be important. Maybe they are. Who knows? I'm going to paste crow person who steals the eyes from dead people in order to gain insight. There we go. Now we have some fun gappage. Speaking of gap, I'm gonna change the ad delay on the stream once I finish here today, so that we don't have that problem again. Alright, other characters. Crow person who steals the eyes from dead people in order to gain insight. This is causing the spirits of the dead to become restless. This character may be one of many Lee's ways to direct the party towards Rob. Berg. Is it Berg or Berg? Let me. Oh, it's in T. I'm an idiot. B-O-R-G-H. There we go. Towards Krauberg.
Ah, splendid.
This character may be one of many ways to direct the party towards Krauberg. If pursued, that's not how you spell that. No. Pursued by the party, they will attempt to run away to their master mage. Actually, no, run away. They are an apprentice mage and will attempt to flee. Actually, let me get rid of that. They're an apprentice mage and will attempt to flee to their master seeking safety. No. If the party attempts to pursue them. Pursue, not English, wonderful language. Wonderful, splendid, magnificent. For a person who steals eyes from... Okay, I'm just reading this over to get a good idea. For a person who steals the eyes of the dead from dead people in order to gain insight, this is causing the spirits of the dead to become restless. This character may be one of many ways to direct the party towards Krauberg. They are an apprentice mage and will attempt to flee to their master if the party attempts to pursue them. We're sort of inventing a little quest as we go, actually, now that I'm realizing. If caught, a Low DC history check will reveal that the heraldry, the row person wears, matches, or not heraldry, the uniform the crow person wears matches, or not matches, is the same as those worn by members of the Crawberg Mage Society. There we go. New faction to get into later. We have just named a new faction, which is the Crawberg Mage Society. This person is a part of it. That is very cool. I think that's good for this person right now, because we can attach a quest to them later. But I feel like the quest is like, one, catch them, put a stop to their thievery, and two, put the spirits to rest. Right, like either, you know, slaying them, I guess, or finding another way to put them to rest. Give them back their eyes, that sort of thing. Which if I go the give them back their eyes route, then I think that holding out any of the eyes, the spirit will be attracted to the eyes that are theirs, so it probably won't be that hard to actually give them their eyes back. The difficult part is catching the guy, or catching the person rather, and you know, taking the eyes and giving them back. That's the quest. To complete the associated quest, the party must catch them, take their container of eyes, and return the eyes to their respective spirits. The spirits will know which eyes are theirs. Party must simply it won't be too difficult to complete the quest. I feel like the quest gets harder the longer it takes them to catch the crow person. And again, we can go into that more because there will be a point where, Marrowhurst will be designed, right? There will be a point where we get to the actual quest design, how things work. I want this to be a chase because I really want cool chases to work in D&D. I want to gamify it. I want it to be easy to run. I might add some of the, like, something like the timer system that Blades in the Dark uses, or I could just, try and figure out how to work with the actual chase systems that are in the DMG, because, like, they are there. They exist. Alright, there we go. Ba 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 ba. I kind of forgot what I added in here, so let me peruse. Let me peruse. Storylines / quests. Oh, I can put the quest in, the actual quest in here a little bit more detailed. Which is very cool. Let me see. The murder of Nigel Burrow. Mr. Nigel Burrow was assassinated in his home while the rest of his family were asleep in the cramped communal sleeping room. He himself was awake at a desk, illuminating an important manuscript, which has also seemingly gone missing during the murder. The inkwell was knocked over and inky footsteps can be seen walking out onto the cramped alleyway before disappearing. These footsteps turn towards the direction of the Warren Market, leading them to a new area with potential clues. If the players stick around, they can find a number of things. They can inspect the body, with things such as investigation or medicine. They can find the cause of death and a patch ripped off of the assassin's person, which is now gripped tightly in Nigel's hand. All available clues lead to two separate locations. The patch in Nigel's hand will lead them to the University of Marrowhurst, while the footsteps will lead them to the Warren Market. The Warren Market is where they can find Martha Rowe selling her wares. She will tell them the general direction that some shady character barge off to in a hurry. If the players would rather look around than ask around, a successful investigation or other role you see fit will reveal some goods that have been knocked where was it? Knocked onto the ground. In the Warren Market, the players will also get to see the thief-takers in action for the first time. By that I mean harassing vendors and customers. If they seek out the University of Marrowhurst instead of the Warren Market, or if they do both in any particular order, they will be passed around through different bureaucratic systems while not being given any real answers. During this process, they will have the chance to spot something in the background, people sneaking through a secret entrance. They also have some chances to find similar interests by exploring Marrowhurst up to this point. Either the entrance found in the university or others they may happen across beforehand lead to the catacombs. There's a spooky ghost in the catacombs. An extensive system of tunnels used by those within the University of Marrowhurst, as well as other powerful individuals to get around the city. And this will give them the opportunity to find and deal with the culprit and some of their allies. They could either kill them or capture them for questioning, but regardless of what the party do, the assassin will still have the manuscript on their person. This manuscript is the reason why Nigel was murdered. It has information on it about the shadowy cabal who control Marrowhurst, and the powers that be saw it fit to assassinate him to keep the information from spreading. Now that the players have it, the assassins will start being sent after them until they either leave or the problem is dealt with. That seems good. That seems like a continuation of a quest. I like that. Now that I remember it, that flows pretty decently. I'm gonna go back to Marrowhurst proper, and I'm going to go to eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. My mother says to pick the very best one, and you are not it. Red Light District! Hey, Gremlin, how's it going? We're back doing some world building, and I sort of did eeny, meeny, miny, you to decide where to do next, because I figured out a character that I want to be in the Rat's Nest, and I decided to start working on a new place, and so Red Light District. But with that character, I thought it was interesting. They're a crow person who steals the eyes of the dead in order to gain insight. And there's a little quest associated with them where the party, whichever party, like, will have to catch them, take the eyes, and return them to the spirits in order to lay the spirits to rest, because they're harassing people and generally causing a lot of trouble. As a pirate taxi? No, I'm just imagining at the back of your car, just like a little accordion or whatever, just Yar, this be my place. Ye can park here, me boyo. Like opens the door with a hook hand. It's great to see you. Water is good. You know, obviously, well, let me go back to the fake court. Fake court's empty. Where did I put the horseman? Where did I put the horse? Where's the horse? Peter, the horse is here. I don't know. I forget the horse's name. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's the horse with no name. Yo, surrender ye passengers or ye life. Yeah. Yeah, no, you just hear from the back of your car. This cherry pie is so bad or so good I could die. I keep doing the Whitebeard laugh on accident. I guess I just can't be evil. That's not true. The capacity for evil is within all of us, but so's the capacity for infinite good. You know, the capacity for infinite love and kindness is within all of us. Except Blackbeard. That dude sucks ass. And and not the real life Blackbeard, the One Piece Blackbeard, because the real life Blackbeard was obviously still a pirate, right? Obviously, you know, you're a bad guy, but I wouldn't say you're a bad guy. All right, let's see. Where of all stripes ended up congregating for economic opportunity, as it's sitting next to the docks and relative safety. Due to the connection with said docks, there is also a large amount of illegal activity taking place within the red light district, and yet it remains a popular stop for many travelers and traders. That gives me some ideas. Time to design some drug traffickers and some human traffickers. And that reminds me, 6 teenage girls, children were just saved from a a human trafficking ring in Portland, the other day. It upsets me that people are being trafficked. I hate that. I hate that we have a long history of that here in Oregon. Apparently they came from Washington State. But I'm glad that they are safe now. I am glad they are safe now. They range from like 13 to 17. Ooh. Let's see. It could be a fun quest to like put a stop to some human traffickers, because in the setting in this particular place, it is wartime. You know what happens when wartime happens? People steal, they rape, they pillage, they burn. That's what happens. That's what humans do in war. It is awful. It is horrible. And you know what that leads to? Capturing, kidnapping people. Although maybe I don't want to talk about that today, because boy. So instead I might talk about drogas. I always forget the K in trafficker. Reputable. That's not how you spelled that. Reputable. Establishments. A group has taken advantage of the desperation. It's desperation. Desperation. There we go. Has taken advantage of the desperation and turmoil caused by the Civil War to establish a small drug empire. There we go. So there's the start of it. So you know, some people say that the hardest thing about working on a project is starting. That sort of starter's paralysis. I think the hardest thing is finishing. Not that figuring out what to put on the pages is easy. It's just, you know, I tend to have trouble sticking with things. I'm getting water, which is why I stopped typing. Oh. A big fat O. I love the letter O. It's like a bubble. I think it's my... Your what? It's your what? What are you holding? Alright. A civil war to establish a small drug empire. Peebus? Oh, it's your Peebus. Right, I'm so sorry. I forgot about your Peebus. Ah, man, I'm so sorry for forgetting about your Peebus. How could I be so stupid? A group has taken advantage of the desperation and turmoil caused by civil war to establish a small drug empire. How do I continue from this? Also, thank you, Nightbot. Very cool. The leader, time to go to a trusted friend of the channel. Fantasy name generators. You know what? They're a dwarf. I'm gonna say they're a dwarf. What if they're a woman also? God, these names are so long. Give me a shorter name. Oh, great heavens. Oh, that's 22 characters for just a first and last name. Great heavens. What if I take the ending of Hilda? Because a lot of these are vaguely like, hey, you know what sounds dwarven? Let's have a vaguely like Scandinavian names. But also have them be incredibly long. You know what? This thing has two separate dwarf name generators. Did you know that? Very convenient that way. They go into Dungeons and Dragons in fantasy. So you go to pop culture, Dungeons and Dragons, and then go to dwarf. And then you have an entirely different dwarf generator from just fantasy and folklore dwarf. Eldar? Uh... Uh... Like, as a name, or go to Eldar names? As a dwarf name? Ah! Not bad, yeah. Yeah, no, let's go with that, yeah. Fantasy, folklore, dwarf names. I need the complicated ass last name. Give them to me. Give me the last names that are basically titles. But not like profession titles, cuz if it's a profession title, at least in this region, it's probably a human name. Right, like Mithrilbringer. Sounds like a dwarf-ass title. But Smith is like, well, alright, that's just a guy. Iron Belly sounds cool. Oh wait, no, I just read what you said. I have to look up what that means now. You know, now that I look at it, yeah, all right. And they have a giant wolf with them, I think, because that's very on the nose. Is a dwarf. You gotta capitalize dwarf. Put some respect on their name. Dwarf named Eldar Ursrid. There we go. Do you think that that the fine folks at James Workshop knew the meaning of the name Eldar when they put it on their elves? Do you think they knew? That seems like something that they do a quick search up of, like in a dictionary or at a library or something, because this is like the 80s and 90s, and then they'd be like, that sounds very cool, and then put it in. Huh, interesting. I'll have to think about that for another character. The leader is a They are a ruthless The book they were looking in was the Legendarium. Ah, right, of course. Yeah, the Legendarium. Where do we? We are the Imperium. How do we? How do we name them? Yes, born of fire, because they're demons from hell. They're demonic Xenos. I'm excited to look more into the Maelstrom stuff, man. That shit's cool. Like the Corsairs, plus like the Eldar Corsairs, and the fucking just everything going on. And Gilliman going, you'll be forgiven if you fucking kill that one guy. Go, the Imperium's sorriest soldiers. Go on your apology quest. Who has the public face of a well-to-do? Does it have hyphens? It has hyphens. Don't forget the hyphen. Face of a well-to-do. How do you spell philanthropist? No, I'm just gonna say merchant. A well-to-do merchant. They rarely, if ever, can be seen without their wolf somewhere nearby. There we go. They have a wolf. They have a drug wolf. Their appearance and growth are not entirely organic as a faction. They alright, I think that they were set up, kind of, right? They were put in place by some very powerful people, and I've realized, give me just a moment. I should have put something in place. Give me a new browser source at existing. There we go. Let me make sure this isn't sleeping anymore. And the TTS is up again. Sick. Not up again, but it's on this screen now. I forgot to do that. I apologize. Let me readjust. Bap. Boop. Add start in 5 minutes. Their appearance and growth in Marrowhurst are not entirely organic as a faction. In secret, they are being supported by add link. The Dawn Society. It's always the fucking Dawn Society. As a way to create conditions that are easier to control. There we go. So here's the thing about the big thing with this city. I think the Dawn Society. I think generally they're gonna be the big bad of Marrowhurst. Of course they're gonna lead to bigger and badder things, cause, or maybe not bigger and badder things, but other things, cause this is just one part of the world. But this is, they are going to be the main villains of this book. Because I am making this into a book as a reminder, and it is going to be published on things like DM's Guild and Drive-Thru RPG, and then hopefully I'll put them into bookstores so that people can buy physical copies. But that's not going to happen right now because it needs to be finished. The Dawn Society, they are the villains. They are putting things in place to be easier to control. The big part of the fantasy is that the party is going to be able to root them out and take them down and make Marrowhurst fully better through their own hands and their own ability. Because you can do something like that in reality, right? But in reality, it takes massive collective action. It takes concerted effort, it takes community, it takes uprooting entire systems that could take a long time to rebuild better, or not even rebuild better, but like build new better ones in their place. But like I want to take a lot of inspiration from real life. A cat wants in. Maybe. No, she's just meowing somewhere. She sounds tormented. You okay? You okay, ma'am? You can't hear me. Alright. A way to create conditions that are easier to control. And so, like, there is inherently, because this is going to be D&D 5e, not 5.5, D&D 5e. A power fantasy to playing the characters. There's an inherent power fantasy to how the mechanics work and how making the characters work, and that like you're supposed to get used to and love these characters, and when they die, if they die, it is a tragedy that is meant to be taken with the weight that it deserves. Hey, how's it going? For some reason I don't have any ad snoozes. I apologize. It's great to see you here. We're working on a D&D setting of mine called Faden. It's called Faden right now, but it'll be called something different later because Faden's the county. I'm gonna be making it into a really cool book. Let me readjust real quick. It said that ads started, but I feel like it's lying to me. Twitch is lying to me a lot. But yeah, no, how you doing? I've been doing pretty good. On Wednesday, we finished, a very special stream thing called the Bendy-thon. Where I played both Bendy games. Bendy and the Ink Machine and Bendy and the Dark Revival. as the first stream thing I did after reaching affiliate, which I'm very happy about. And you know, it's good to sort of get back to the regular schedule of working on some, you know, really cool stuff. Like in particular, I'm sort of narrowing my focus a little bit. Oh, ad break. Ad break, everybody. I will resume what I was saying, I think, once the ad break is over. And also, I'll wait to write more until the ad break's over. Yeah, you know, it's... I think, not that I'd be the only one that's interested, but it's definitely a very niche interest that I found looking at grasses yesterday in class under a microscope as interesting. There we go, water. Because, like, grass feels like a very default plant, even though that is sort of happenstance. Like, over the course of the history of plants, right? Horsetails were actually a large primary ground cover, right? Like, ferns and horsetails were more of what a lot of non-avian dinosaurs ate, like, pre-KT extinction. But yeah, no, and like, it's sort of, neither of those families really died out, right? But, you know, it's interesting that grass is becoming like the ground cover plant, basically, in anything but like deep forest and woodlands is completely by happenstance. It's completely by happenstance. And it just sort of brings into perspective how interesting plants can be. Because, like, animals are always the more flashy thing. They always get more of the screen space because it's just true that people like animals more. They're a lot more flashy. Our ad break has ended. Alrighty, welcome back. How is everybody? I decided that while I was, like, you know, during the ad break, I would rant about plants because I go to college for natural resources and ecology. And so it's something that I'm really deep into, but it was, you know, I didn't want to continue talking about the topic at hand while y'all were gone. But I also wanted to let y'all know what we were doing. You didn't get an ad? Aw. Aw. Crying face, I'm so sorry. Me when no ad. You also had none? Damn, really? Alright, well, congrats to you. You heard my plant ramble. I think Twitch may have been lying to me. I don't know, not everybody gets ads, I guess. It really depends on what countries you guys live in. Banna, you heard my famous plant rant. Oh, man, where was I with everything? Oh, my cat's yelling at me. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hey, ma'am. All right. Liar! Give me the ads we were promised! We were promised advertisements! Give them to me! I grabs you. My cat is wanting my attention so much. Hi, ma'am. You know, ever since you got geriatric, you lost all your patience. You are wonderful. I love hearing from you. You want out? No? You'll want out when you want out. It's fine. But yeah, like this setting that I'm working on is one that I want to work on for a long time. It's one that I want to keep adding to. It's one that I've really fallen in love with because I have a massive interest in medieval history in all its forms. And by that, I don't mean the Crusades. The Crusades were stupid. I'm sorry, Crusade lovers, but the Crusades were kind of stupid. Like almost every crusade just failed horribly. No, I'm talking about the kind of history of like how people actually lived. I enjoy how people lived. Like how a medieval village and town and city, like how they functioned and how people ate and what they ate and when they ate and their religious practices and their clothing customs and like their societal structure and stuff like that. I love that shit. And so I'm trying to put a little, or more than a little bit, but I'm trying to put some of that into this setting. And the thing is, I realized something. I could also have spice traffickers, because spice is a massive thing. Spice has caused the rise and fall of entire empires. Now there are... Okay. I just saw one cat jump over the other like a nursery rhyme. Like, hey fiddle, hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon type shit. Because I thought that one cat wanted out, but it turns out that a second cat wanted it. I think this is good basics. Salt was for the most... Oh yeah, no, the salt was worth more than its weight in gold. People were paid in salt. Yeah, no, so, like... I think it's relatively easy for some of these people here to get salt. Not in an industrial scale, but like, imagine you're a city on the coast, right? You're a fisherman that lives on the like near the docks or something like that, right? And so you just get a bunch of water, you boil it, and then you have salt. You have salt from the water. So it's not that difficult, but that is definitely a problem for a lot of the county, is that trade is kind of not happening right now because there's a military not a military, there's like a navy blockade. If they know that in the first place. Here's the thing about human history. For as long as human beings have been human beings, we have been just as smart as we are today. That's why salt mines were a big thing. Oh, true. Oh, true. You know what? You know what? I've decided something. There's probably a salt mine somewhere. There's probably a salt mine somewhere, and controlling that's really important. Because, like, this is a county, right? So... if I open the map, by the way, I have my proper microphone on, so I can't actually draw right now, because I need to have my tablet in to do that. And where there, yeah, exactly, where there used to be an ocean, or where the landmass is compacted, and what used to be underwater is now no longer underwater. Let me try and open up the map. It'll take a bit, because it is a big map. It is a big file size. But I'll show y'all. For those who haven't seen the county map so far, I don't want that other map. I was working on a separate map as well. Of where is it? Hold on, I need to open image, not open recent. Maybe that's why. Sorry for bapping my microphone. I know it is in P for some reason, because I originally thought that this would be Pathfinder, and then I realized, wait, no, I like D&D. I enjoy Dungeons and Dragons. Found it. Alright, a cat wants out. Love you. Taking forever to load. Bam. Alrighty. Back to Opus. Then on YouTube, because I dual stream this on YouTube so that I don't have to edit and upload VODs. Let me go to minimize obsidian capture, bam! Here's the map so far. Let me fix the aspect ratio. Alright, so here is the wonderful city of Marrowhurst. Something interesting I learned, so each of these hexes is about 3 miles, 5 kilometers. Fundamentally, we have the same capacity for intelligence that we have always had. It's just that now we know more. In addition to, and here's the important part, we have oligarchs in place that are trying to turn the concept of critical thinking and invention and comprehension into a commodity that they can rent out to the common man. Though the lack of media literacy is a malicious thing. It's not happenstance. But, you know, here's Marrowhurst. And fun fact about the use of hexes, they are 3 miles. Pre-industrial cities, like before Industrial Revolution, they tend to be about 3 miles wide, because that's about how long it takes to walk an hour, 30 minutes from the center, and an hour is about how much time a human being will allocate to travel, just in a day. Oh yeah, no, we don't have a larger capacity for idiocy. It's just, you know, a lot of the problems we're having now are because oligarchs want to buy and sell our very personhood. Which has always been the thing. It's just, you know, technology allows for a greater capacity of that. And then, like, here's some mountains, right? And I think it would be interesting if a lot of this was underwater. Because I've sort of talked a little bit about the geological history of the wonderful state of Oregon where I live. It getting late for me. Good night. All right. Great to see you. Before you go, if you'd like to see more of me, I'd appreciate a follow. It helps keep you notified when I go live. I'll be live Sunday playing Far Cry 5 with a friend, because we're looking to finish that. I really appreciate you being in chat. I didn't mean to full screen that. Oh boy. And like maybe somewhere up here could be like a salt mine or something. You know, something very important to control. Oh, or it could be like around here-ish, because like this is on the border of Hartford and Swindon, and like they're obviously at war, so maybe like they could like that could be a contested area, because they both really need that salt. They really need that salt. So now let me turn on the obsidian again. Bam, boop, bam, bada bop, boop, bam. That is something for later me to do. Because, like I said, today we are focusing on the city of Marrowhurst. I heard my my bottle open. Curses be upon ye and your bloodline. I heard my bottle open in the stream. This is a nightmare. Nightmare. You could have a salt mine. It would be the buried ruin of a city suit. Upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. No. We have to do the joke version. Upon pillars of salt and pillars of salt and pillars of salt, I hear Jackie Chan singing, "Oh my wamu shinderu, beat my meat, my sauce." For some reason I can't explain why we live in a society where gamers don't rule the world. I love that song so much. There's definitely gonna be like a massive undercity, right? There's gonna be like a Romanesque empire sort of ruin where they have old sewers, many of which that the city still uses. There's gonna be secret tunnels. There's gonna be catacombs where people are buried and the souls of the dead still scream out. Warrens where like kobolds live. That type of stuff. That's definitely an interesting idea from you, though. I will put that somewhere. Let me put that in let me put that in the County of Hayden. Places to put in Hayden. A salt mine that was once a city might smote. Smote is the past tense. By a wrathful god who turned all the residents. I was about to say turned all the residents evil. Let me just say what you put in parentheses. All life in the city into salt. There we go. because that's a really interesting idea. I like that, and that allows for some exploration. I think it might be from the same empire that the ruins under Marrowhurst were a part of. They could also be a part of somewhere different. And when I say Romanesque, I don't actually mean Rome PM. Because I'm a bit inspired by this one video I saw about if Doggerland like didn't fall, not by All History Hub, by someone else. And the Roman Empire would not have gone as far north because the English Channel, like, didn't exist, and so it was a unified, like, Celtic society instead of two smaller pieces that that Rome could gobble up. And so I think that in a similar-ish vein, the empire that all of these kingdoms plural, build off of the bones of is not like a Roman Empire. It's sort of its own empire, and it was competing with the Roman Empire TM, because you gotta have some Roman ruins. Let me see. You could have a salt. Ooh. That'd be fun. Again, I might put that somewhere. That sounds like something I want to put in, like, the actual Rome TM. Because, like, this is a fantasy world. You gotta put a little bit of Rome in there somewhere. You know, you know, they say when in Rome. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know what the Romans did? Conquered, raped, and pillaged their neighboring societies, salted the earth, had massive workforces of slaves, so they didn't like really progress a lot. They really stagnated, and honestly what killed them was the stagnation. I remember you saying something like that in chat one time, that what killed Rome was the stagnation. Yeah, an entire empire gone, cursed by the god of the sea. Like that's a cool fantasy story right there. You know, like if that one Roman emperor that went to war with the sea, had Poseidon actually get pissed and go, Rome, no. Snaps his fingers, everybody salt. Have the sea god make a freshwater spring, but when the sea god wasn't chosen as the patron god of the city, it turns into a spring of salt water. Oh, interesting. This city was blessed with a spring of clean water by their god of the sea. By their god of the sea, because I feel like a bunch of different people have their own gods of the sea, and that yada yada yada. I'm not going into the cosmology again. We went through it a lot. The city was blessed with a spring of clean water by their god of the sea. But when the city chose a different god to be their patron deity, is a briny... Ooh. Well, then this wouldn't be in Faden. If it's a desert. Faden is a very wet place. It's very wet, just like your mom was last night after I was with her. That's right, we had a water balloon fight and she got very wet, and so did I. You thought this was about sex? Wrong. Water balloon. Well, I mean, it probably is given on the map. Like the salt mine is gonna be in the mountains. So you like, sure, yeah, let's put it on the mountain plateau. And maybe the area is also uniquely barren because of, one, the constant salt water seeping into everything, causing it to, salt the earth, TM. Meaning that it's, like, uniquely unfertile, especially since Faden is a fertile river valley with a very convenient sound for trade and all these sorts of things, like on the coast. And it's relatively secluded because of the mountains and like the big forest to its south, so it's very defensible but also very isolated. So like it's sort of interesting that there would be a place that is barren, and I think that's really cool. Like, hey, yeah, see how everything has been nice and lush and the grasslands have been... Maybe this is sea/water god also cursed it to never rain there again and avert any rivers going to the area. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, maybe we're turning. Let's turn this person to their god of water. And their god of water. But when the city chose a different god to be their patron deity, the god of water was furious and turned the spring and caused the spring to eternally spout cursed salt water. Salt water can be one word. Salt water. All those who drank of the spring would turn to salt. Now, why this is interesting and important is this encompasses all life in the area, because the plants, they drink up the water. The animals, they drink up the water. The people, they drink up the water. The fungi drink up the water. The microbes drink up the water. Everything that the water like that drinks of the water is salt. Oh, maybe. This is obviously a very dead religion, because, one, or dead in quotes, dead in quotes, because I think it was a lot more in line with, like, what the Fae, or whatever I'm gonna call them, really, like they were the ones in power, and then, like, that empire died, beliefs changed, spirits were still spirits, belief still circulated the way it should. And then this new religion that I've been talking about comes in and diverts all that worship to new, more human figures, and now they're fucking pissed. Now they're pissed. Right? So this is probably in line with that in some way, but still, diverse beliefs, what have you, a million things. Those myths don't have to be true. It could just be local folklore. I mean, yeah, that too as well, right? But the thing is, in this setting, belief does influence how things function and how things work, because it's all dream logic. So even if it wasn't the case to begin with, there is a chance that, like, over the centuries telling the story led to the creation of like this particular, like, figure. Like, there's a chance that could happen, and that is such a fascinating thing about this setting to me. Like, the mix of dream logic as well as cause and effect, and, like, trying to figure out how far I want to go with both. Sort of this push and pull of both concepts. That could definitely be an interesting thing to talk about with, like, the spirits and the material world, sort of these two-ish factions, like, big factions that are forming, of, like, there's the material world, and then there's the spirits. And they're not in balance. Now they're playing a bit of tug of war. At least in the area. All those who drink of the spring would turn to salt. In addition, the god of water diverted the rain. No, the rivers and the rain. And the rain causing the land to become barren. It's B-A-R-R-E-N. Barren. Maybe the dwarves believe the salt deposits originate from the... Yeah. A million different people with a million different beliefs. The dwarves definitely believe something. Which you reminded me, one of these days I need to figure out what the deal is with the giants. I figured out what the deal with the dragons are. And with the dragons, you gotta have the giants. They sort of have that yin and yang sort of deal going on in the fantasy imagination. I just had an idea. I'm going to try and find hold on, I need to go to the world, I think. TheWorld. The world. Zawarudo. I definitely think this area where it's like salt is really interesting, and that now like two baronies are fighting over it because they want the salt. But like it's kind of land that nobody can use besides the salt, you know? I have so much that I'm juggling. There we go. Wait, no, they do go in peoples, because the giants are people. And some world-ending monster trying to season the world before consuming it? That'd be interesting. Oh, you know what? That could be the halfling belief or something. That'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting, I think. That feels kind of Discworldy. Oh, yeah, you're so right. Speaking of Discworld, it's probably not gonna be for another month. I don't have the assets done for the actual, like, library thing, but in a month, I'm gonna start having Sunday be a little bit more, variety streamy. There will still be video games, obviously. But like it'll be a point where every other week we'll be doing the live read-throughs, and I'll be starting with Guards. I'm very excited to get to that. Cause you know I have all of the Discworld books now. And like I want to get to reading them properly, and so now like I'm forcing myself to have the opportunity. I downloaded an e-reader onto my, like an EPUB reader onto my computer specifically to do that, because I want to read the giants. There we go, the giants. I was like, where is the Dawn Society? That feels but yeah, no, like to sort of go back to the Blitz, it would be very interesting to sort of just energy or vibes wise, especially once I get more into Discworld, having the halflings feel very Discworldy, because Discworld feels very dreamlike, sort of folklory, very human in that sense, I guess is the best word for it. It's very, from what I've read so far, and I've read a little bit of Guards, I apologize. Kill this streamer, they are pre-reading. Like, it feels very, like, messy but concrete, if that makes sense. Like nothing is neat and tidy. Like, it feels like everything from, like, a building or the city of Ankh-Morpork itself or a random guard or, like, a bird or what have you is a person in the world with its own personality and wants and wills and perspectives on things, and I think that is so fascinating. I think doing stuff like that with the halflings in this setting could be really cool. I guess just putting a little bit of Sir Terry Pratchett into this work in general might be a good idea, because I love his stuff. I just haven't really like gotten into Discworld all that much, which is a shame. It's a you know, one might even say it's a crying shame. You know, the giants. So with the dragons, I've sort of put it in this that they are a manifestation of like. Oh, you said a thing, but I'll finish what I'm saying and then I'll read what you said and respond to it. I like dragons are sort of a manifestation of the raw magic of material, right? They're raw material magic. They are things like animals. They have plants, the rocks and minerals below your feet. You know, that kind of stuff that's very material. Elements. It would be really interesting then to have the giants be the more abstract, magical feeling group. Let me see. Maybe some religious beliefs salt deposits come from graves of great heroes of religious importance. The salt coming from God's weeping for their slain champion. Maybe, therefore, some cultures consider salt deposits as sacred places. Maybe salt mines are considered sacrilegious. Or perhaps rock salt is reserved only for holy meals or feasts of religious importance. Oh, true. No, that's a... I'm sorry, giants. I was going to talk about you right now. I'm going to the orcs. I'm going to the orcs? Because that is really interesting. That is really interesting, and I want the orcs to have something like that. The orcs of ORC. Orcs of the Kingdom. I'm going to add the tag so that when I change the name in the file, it changes automatically in here. The Orcs of the Kingdom consider deposits of salt to be sacred. Maybe. Yeah, like, it would be very cool if, like, that is what the orcs just fully believe. Now, when I say fully believe, the important part is belief makes things real in this setting. Imagine if everybody had a muted form of the orc, like, Wa energy, not Wa energy, but, like, you know, that if they believe something strongly enough, it becomes real. So the orcs believe fully that salt drives away demons and evil spirits, right? Like salt circles. Then to them, they believe it strong enough, it works. Their salt circles and salt crystals actually ward away demons and evil spirits. I'm a tank. Exactly. The guardsmen just ran out of ammo. The guardsmen all ran out of ammo 3 weeks ago. They've been just going pew, 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 with their mouths the whole time, and it's been working because the orcs believe it. I think the thing is that makes it complicated is that everybody believes what they believe like very strongly, and that includes the ground beneath your feet. The spirit of the ground beneath your feet has a belief and a perspective. So I suddenly got some backlash. So pre-technocracy, World of Darkness? I mean, yeah, kind of, yeah. I need to like actually read through the core rulebook of Mage, because that's where a lot of the lore is, and I want to run a Mage the Ascension game. I think I've decided that the game I want to run in World of Darkness is Mage. I was debating this because I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do Changeling or Mage first, and I've decided I want to go right into the deep end. In the World of Darkness, you either drip or drown, and baby, I'm covered in drip. The orcs of the kingdom consider deposits of salt to be sacred. Sacred places, and believe that rock salt wards away demons and evil spirits. You either drip or drown, and baby, I'm melting. Yeah, no, exactly. That's how the World of Darkness works. Water. I sure hope that the sound of my my water bottle doesn't pick up on the mic again. Alright, it didn't. That's good. Alright. The orcs of the kingdom consider deposits of salt to be sacred places and believe that rock salt wards away demons and evil spirits. As such, you can often find them wearing rock salt on their person, as well as on the boundaries of their homes. They have other ways of obtaining salt. Actually, I'm not gonna say that. Salt is to be eaten only with important and sacred meals, as it is believed to cleanse the body. Have you seen the latest episode of the Over? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It's very good. It's very good. I will show you the black diamond. More water. Yummy, yummy. Also, the fighting the zombie was very cool. I love that they're like, okay, we weren't supposed to get paradox backlash, but here we go. I need a break, and then they had a combat. It was awesome. It was fucking sick, dude. Yeah, that was a pretty good quote. You know, Fierce really has a way with words. I love the off and on PvP that goes on. It's very cool. Makes me incredibly happy. The orcs of the kingdom consider deposits of salt to be sacred places and believe that rock salt wards away demons and evil spirits. As such, they can often find them. You can often find them wearing rock salt on their person as well as on the boundaries of their homes. Salt is seen as is eaten only with important and sacred meals, as it is believed to cleanse the body. And the body and soul. I mean, there is a joke going around that, like, Fierce is the main character, the conspiracy nut is the familiar. It's a very good joke. Good joke. Congratulations, clapping my hands. Yeah, my claps pop up on the mic. Yeah. Very warlike? Not necessarily. Like they have that fey curse where they have to be angry and passionate, otherwise they lose all of their emotions. So some can be, in order to keep up that fervor, in order to not lose all of their other emotions as well. But that is not like that. War is not a predisposition of the orc people. Listen, there are going to be objectively what people would consider evil spirits, right? There are going to be people that are objectively evil as well. There are going to be monsters. Both in a person's skin, both metaphorically and literally, but also in, like, the more bestial form, like owlbears and such, right? I don't think that in this setting, like, necessarily entire groups of people are not going to be evil. You are going to find good orcs and good goblins and stuff like that, right? Demons and and fiends, on the other hand, they are malicious spirits. They are evil. Perhaps orcs believe that every Oh. I mean, ads start in 5 minutes unless you don't get ads, and then that's sucks to be you, I guess, because it seems like you like advertisements. When going to war, comma. Also, I love that this is a complete sidetrack from what I wanted to do. I wanted to talk more about Marrowhurst underbelly, but now I'm passionately ranting about my orcs. I'm orking it. 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 Ah, that's very sweet of you. Thank you. When going to war, orc warriors will be given rations of salt to eat with the meal after battle as a way to cleanse, to clean their souls of the stain of battle, or the corruption of war. I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, irritating. It gets everywhere. I love the way that Anakin says everywhere. In Attack of the Clones, it's so funny. I love that movie. Like, that movie genuinely made me tear up. Is the funny thing. Like, yeah, a lot of the dialogue is bad, but a lot of the acting itself is, like, spectacular. Attack of the Clones is good. Attack of the Clones is good. The scene with Anakin and Shmi when Shmi was dying made me sad, man. It was so good. When on campaign, their provisions would contain a lot of salt-preserved food, like salt pork. True. Salted foods. To eat after battle as a way to clean their souls of the corruption of war. There we go. All right. The thing about the orcs, out of my Brian, out of my powerful, wonderful, wrinkly Brian. Now back to giants. In contrast to add link. Hold on. Did I not? I'm going to add link to you, then I'm going to bam so that there's a link to dragons. Now I'm going to go back to this, and I'm going to go to add link dragons. Giants are a manifestation. Are manifestations of... By the way, for some reason my snoozes aren't working. I don't know why. But ads are apparently starting now, maybe. So as ads have apparently started, I will put on the BRB text because I will be right back. So sit back, relax, enjoy the music, maybe get up, get a snack, get a drink, while I'm gone. Wait, why does it say 3:30? There's still a... What does that mean? Either way, I'll be right back, because I have to be right back. I will return shortly. I forgot to turn on my microphone. Hello, I returned. Let me remove the BRB text from the screen, and then we'll return to writing. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. Alrighty. In contrast to dragons, giants are manifestations of your idea made flesh. I think that giants are like the concept of giants are not messy, but I feel like they're somewhere between what would be considered divine in terms of power and like your average spirit. And I think that Archfey sort of border on that, but giants are something. Giants are definitely something. They're very spirity. Let me actually put this up there so I can even better read chat. There we go. Lovely. In contrast to dragons, giants are manifestations of pure idea made flesh. And they're larger than life. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. They are larger than life. Sometimes quite literally. Giants are a manifestation of pure idea made flesh. When they are in an area, they can warp it to fit within the idea or the concept they embody. Unless it's embody. No, it's embody. But I like how I said earlier, like one of the previous streams of this, about how sorcerers work, where they basically are like they're like World of Darkness mages in a lot of way, where they have their very strong beliefs, and because their beliefs are so strong that they personally will it into existence. I think giants do a very similar thing. Giants do that in do a very similar thing, but instead of manifesting what they believe in, they manifest into reality what they are. And so I think it's stuff that's more complicated than just that mountain. Perhaps giant is even a misnomer. Perhaps they just tend to rather extreme sizes. Yeah, no. Either being extremely large or extremely small. Perhaps gnomes or other type of folkloric little person are just giant. Yeah, no, sort of like that-ish. I already have have an idea for gnomes, like as a playable Dungeons and Dragons race in this setting, but that doesn't mean we can't have similar figures of, you know, the small people under the hill, as it were, you know, or like not even small people under the hill, because that's the Fae, but like, you know, uh, just because people wouldn't call them giants because they're small doesn't mean they're not giants. Giant is a bit of a misnomer. I didn't know how to spell it, so I used your spelling. I do not trust myself to know how to spell. I'm so thankful for autocorrect. Oh my god. Especially one that's not AI, because Obsidian doesn't use AI. That's the joy of it. That's why I like Obsidian. There's no AI in this bullshit. That is a bit of a misnomer, as they are not exclusive to being from Lilliput. That's just small. Is it really small giants? I mean, yeah, I know the Lilliputians. I really like Gravity Falls' like joke take on them, of them being in the mini golf course and being little puttians, you know, putting like golf. We control the balls. We control the balls. That is a bit of a misnomer, as they are not exclusive to being large in size. In fact, giants are extreme in all sizes. Colon. Giants are extreme in all sizes, from as tall as mountains to as small as I hear a lot small as a fingernail as like an expression, so I'm gonna use that even if it's not like literally as small as a fingernail. Like, it could be smaller, it could be bigger, I have no clue. These concepts are usually not usually are usually not usually are the more abstract ones. Which this gives an interesting connection between the elves and the giants in an interesting way, because the goddess of the elves is a little unique in the fact that she existed as a spirit and then became the goddess, the god of elves, because she literally created the elves. And the elves, before all the stuff that happened with them, were like abstract concepts like a fond memory, or the breeze on that particular day, or like the smell of a field of flowers, where you had your last moments with your loved one. Right, like the stuff like that. I think that giants are similar, and that's but in a different way. which I think can be interesting, that they're also of the more abstract ideas, but like imagine grander ideas. Like imagine the concept of honor, right? Like imagine a giant being the being honor, or being love. And there's not just one of each, probably, right? There's not just one giant of love, one giant of honor, like uh uh a giant of like uh 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 like how do you turn the concept of the local ecosystem into a figure? That figure is the giant. It is the giant of that ecosystem. Because an ecosystem is an abstract concept. It is a web of organisms that come together into a greater complex system that you cannot conceive of in its entirety. You need to pick it apart and look at its contributing pieces. Like, for instance, one of the ecosystems that I'm most commonly focusing on in college. I'm sorry that I'm going back to college. I love the subject. I love plants. I love plants. I love plants, Charlie. I love plants. Dude, Pim, you can't be saying that around here. Like, one of the main ecosystems I'm focusing on is what's known as the Western Hemlock Zone, which is separated into a bunch of different things. The Western Hemlock Zone is the zone where Western Hemlock regularly is able to reproduce itself and sustain itself in a relatively stable manner. And even then, there's different things around that. Like there's the Sword Fern Oxalis zone within that, which is like talking about the underbrush. There's all these sorts of other things, and you can't talk about all of it without discussing its component parts, because they are often very important to distinguishing slight differences in things like moisture and all that sort of stuff. But imagine you took that complicated web and turned it into a being. That is a giant. I might also be slightly inspired by Theranor, because I really like Theranor. It is a setting where giants are very important, and it's very cool. Alright, there we go. Very, very cool. I might not say honor, because honor feels like something that people would worship more directly, and worship gives power, and power means probably deity, right? That would make more sense. But stuff like I said, like the ecosystem or erosion. Like a local, I don't know why I capitalized A, but not anything else. Of erosion may become giants. Different different beliefs of what love is may also become giants. A real life example of different ideas of love are the ancient. That's not how you spell that. IENT. I know this. I know these things. Who have different who have distinct words for familial love, romantic love, love for friends, etc., because I don't remember all of them. Like, imagine a giant that is the idea of loving your friends or loving your neighbors. Like, that's interesting. That's incredibly interesting and creates a lot of cool ideas. And because the giants are once again part of this like whole spirit group, this collection of spirits, like the Fae and the deities and the what I'm labeling as angels now that sort of work with the deities but are not quite fully divine, like that sort of area. And then there's like the giants, and then there's like the Fae, and it's really messy. It's so cool. I love my setting. I love my setting. I'm Donald Trump. I am Donald Trump. I love this setting. It's very cool. It makes me forget about the fact that I never sleep. I am so lonely. I wish that I remembered the entire conquest speech from the show Invincible. It'd be very funny to do as Donald Trump. Yes, more. More water. Yummy. Yummy, yummy fruit salad. Also, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do, gamers. I'm gonna write a little bit more and then I'm probably gonna call it, because I've been streaming a lot. and I love it. I love streaming. I also want to finish a thing that I need to do by Sunday, because we're gonna be getting back to Far Cry 5 and I need to do the thumbnail for that. Giant is a bit of a misnomer, as they are not exclusive to being large in size. In fact, giants are extreme in all sizes, from as tall as mountains to as small as a fingernail. Oh, I just realized, because I said they warped the area, what would an area look like that's like warped by these ideas? And I'd say warped in a literal, like, non-moral sense. Warped is not necessarily a negative thing. Like, how is the world changed because of them? This is what I call world building. It gives me something to connect to emotionally. Usually that emotion is awesome. But yeah, no. Giants are very sick and cool and awesome. I like them a lot. I'm going to pause working on them because I'm gonna go back to where's the red light district. There we go. Amazing. Because I just got an idea, and this sort of circles back around what the whole point of this was, which is to do more with the sort of underbelly of the city. The main rival of Eldar Ulfsrider is a human woman named. What should we call her? What should we call her, chat? I do have fantasy name generators open. My good friend fantasy name generators, a friend of this channel, who I've never actually met, but has helped me a lot because sometimes I just can't do names. Real names, Europe. Give me Irish names. All right, Anna. I'm choosing. Maybe Anna. Maybe. Maybe Faye. Or perhaps Ooh, Lara. Lara's a good one. Lara? Europe. What if I go to historic? Would historic have anything interesting in here? Celtic is definitely interesting, but they don't really have, like, family names in here, because family names are much more... Modern isn't the right word, because they came about, like... in Europe at a pretty historical time, but compared to the Celts, like the height of the Celts, I'd say it is pretty new invention. what if I mixed like a Celtic personal name with like a more modern Irish like last name? Like that'd be interesting. Because those last names were coming about like around this time, if I remember. I may be wrong. Don't quote me on it. Don't quote me on it. I might not be right. But like, you know, a lot of the names, like Irish names, would be coming about at around like the medieval era, because a lot of them are basically son of, descendant of. Then there's ones that are like, you know, working titles again. I'm trying to find a good name. Oxydubna. No, not Oxydubna. Aventina. Aventina. I kind of like Aventina. As I also like Valleja. 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 Real names, Europe, Irish. Give me last names. Well, I can't choose that one. That one's too close to my actual real last name. My friends would make fun of me forever. That one's Scottish. Get the fuck out of here. Let me see. So I chose Valleja. Valleja. Valleja, Valleja McKen, no. Okay, that one's also fucking Scottish. Get the fuck out of here. We don't want any Macs around here. You'll be needed later because you're very reliable. There's gonna be another kingdom where I'm gonna use a lot more Scottish names. That's not now. Oh, Valleja. Hey, the engineer! Hi! It's been a while. How's it going? It's great to see ya. How have you been? Man, time flies. I officially made affiliate. Man. Oh, I hope you're doing okay. That's rough, dude. I really hope you were okay. I thought you were just like busy with college, because you talked about going to college, and I was about to ask if like how that's going. We've been, I, I'm trying to figure out where to start, because it's been a while. It's fine, alright. Yeah, a lot has happened. We've played a lot of games. Right now I'm working on this whole setting. Ooh, tell me all about it. There's a whole TTRPG section in the Discord also. If like it's really long. While you type that, I guess I'll go over the. I'll send the compendium. Oh joy, can't wait to read it. The basic shtick of this setting right now, the setting of the county of Faden, is that it is a county within a kingdom that is in an all-out civil war because the king died. There's no line of succession. Everybody's trying to take up the mantle, and the main setting is this place called Faden, where the Fae are acting as power brokers, trying to maintain the war so that they could just get more and more power, and that's sort of where the players are dropped in on. It's a little bit more of a world than like a campaign. It's a place to have campaigns in. Like a lot of the stuff in it works a little bit on dream logic because it's literally in a dream. And like thoughts and feelings and concepts are like actually manifested in everything, which is an idea that I love in fantasy. Discord, you fell asleep. I want to see you open. There we go. I just saw a meme in chat. That's great. Tabletop chat. Oh, you made homebrew. Oh, you did formatting. Oh, hey, the white kobolds. Oh, you reminded me. Another project I'm working on is I'm making a comic in the setting with the funny kobolds. It's gonna be set in the tower where there's like a whole like ecosystem inside, and the main character, who's one of my weird plant elves, is like sent there to die because he was a prisoner, even though he was like unfairly put it, like it's not a crime he committed, and so now he has to I don't know their gender yet, going through this ecosystem, and it's sort of like a mix of Scavenger's Reign and Dwarves of Dragon Mountain. I will check it out. I'll have to download them, obviously, but that should be fine. Did I download the first one? I did. Oh, sick. Oh, this is a whole book. Oh, oh, dude, have you considered publishing this stuff on like Drive-Thru RPG or like DM's Guild? Like Dude, this is awesome. One of them is the character sheet I made. Oh yeah, I see that. This is not a format that I'm used to, but it's definitely very interesting. Yeah, it's good to hear that you're okay, man. Also, I love the art. I would show it on stream, but I'd have to be very careful about showing the window because it opens in my Google Chrome and it shows the entire name of the file, which has my name in it, and I would like to not reveal that. The false deity. Let me read that actually. Let me read that. Brew. False deity. I don't know about killing Faith. I feel like that's a thing that people probably say, even though it's kind of hard to kill Faith. Oh, true. Let me... Open with... Alright, I have Google Chrome, the Calibri ebook viewer, the main Calibri program, because I have an EPUB reader on my computer now, so that I can do some fun book reading on alternating Sundays. Oh, wait. If I save it to my Google Drive... Yeah! I'm smart! I'm smart and intelligent. Yeah. All right. Let me pop OBS up first and foremost, and then I have this in so that I can still read chat. We are so back. We are so back, guys. Open source. Like I said, have you considered like? Let me look up window capture. Window capture. Let's call it window capture 2. Name already in use. Media capture. There we go. Select window. Bam. It's in front. Let's move it to above that. There we go. There we go. Sick. I want to make this look right. Also, this isn't an entirely new window. I don't want people seeing my mess of tabs. This is made by the engineer. It's good to see you back, man. No, I didn't want to look at my model, even though my model is cool and epic. There we go. I'm trying to find a way to get it more visible in the actual, like, stuff. No, I think that's fine. Yeah. Nah, it's good. Nah, it's fine. Also, on my end, I moved the left side and it moved on the right. Darkness and Deceivers. You know, definitely an interesting choice of alliteration for D&D. Also, gotta love the Megami Maharaga pose. You love to see it. You really love to see it. Because of the churches being saved. When have churches ever been saved? I could go into the deal with my main religion in this part of the setting, but I will later. False deity, the dark that killed faith. I feel like, definitely, how do I put this? I might workshop the name a little bit. False deity, completely fine. Completely cool. I think that something about the dark that killed faith definitely needs a little bit of I'm more talking about the flow of how it sounds. Let me see. At a glance, I love the formatting you did. Like I know it was from Homebrewery, but something is so nice about the 5e formatting. It's really nice to see, man. At a glance, false deities. False deities are stalkers and ambush predators. I have an interesting idea. Parasites. Psychic parasites. They latch onto the subconscious and the beliefs of people, and they suck them dry. Or like having something like that in this like whole thing, maybe in addition to, could be really cool. I'm sorry, I have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I apologize. Whip the streamer. Whip the streamer. With the patience and resources, either wait your party out or prepare for them, not loud combatants. When they reveal themselves, they show no mercy and have no hesitation in combat. I guess that checks out. I'm trying to give my insight the entire time, and I apologize, because that means I end up rambling. They work best in social environments. They prevail in communities where faith is abundant. Their best case scenario is a slow burn mystery, not the central focus, but a background thread that connects many odd occurrences and behaviors. All right. I'm sort of seeing something similar to the concept of the false hydra here. If you're familiar with that. I have my qualms about how the false hydra itself works, but the idea of a monster that works within the social system and is in the background until it's too late is really interesting to me. It's a very interesting concept that like you've sort of come across here. Yeah, as long as they don't force you to forget your other party members or like important NPCs to you, like that's You know, it's all good, because that's sort of my only problem with false hydras. A false deity's only and highest goal is to continue to exist and expand. It has no concern for individuals, morality, or anything the world can give it other than more faith to feed on. You reminded me of a video I saw. If something threatens this, the false deity will oppose it. It avoids risk, not violence. You reminded me of a video that I watched that might be able to inspire you. It might be interesting inspiration. There's this video by this guy known as Watchful Coyote. Well, Watchful Coyote. Called The Demon of Three. It's an allegory for how the modern imperialist systems work to like remove communities and remove our connection to the land and exploit. And one of those heads, one of the heads of the Devil of Three is taking the concept of the divine out of the people around you and the world around you and put it into this faraway deity to worship. That is this perfect deity. It is you that is the sinner. It is you and your neighbor that are unclean and inherently bad. Instead of, you know, and that sort of manipulation could be really interesting. But the idea of the video is that the three heads like are also sort of mirrors that point at the other head and go, this head is the problem, don't focus on me, focus on that one, when in truth they're all three heads of the same body, and they're sort of like in cahoots with one another, as you can't truly defeat the Demon of Three without going at its body, at the base of it. I think that'd be interesting. Methods. The false deity does not fight directly. It usually has an ample network of believers, fanatics, and systems in place. Once it becomes a problem, using followers as shields and alright. An offense against outside threats and co-opting local society into defending the deity on its own. Which again feeds into that idea I brought up from that one video. Well, like puts it in more of an existential idea, because page 3 I can go back. Incomprehensible eldritch horrors. Right, if it's existential, it is like deep rooted. It is foundational to a society. It is foundation to a culture, to an entire belief system of generations. And I think you've sort of introduced that idea a bit, and that's very cool. I hope I'm also giving you ideas by my ranting. Tone. The monster is heavily centered on religious horror. Themes such as fear of God or the lack of God are prevalent. Characters and NPCs have different reactions to such fears, which creates variety. Some may refuse to believe they are wrong, some may embrace the void. The core theme of this monster is, you have been praying to something, but it isn't what you believed it was. This could be an interesting idea for a cleric deity, or more more specifically, a warlock patron. Which sort of leads into that character sheet that you also sent, which I'll check out. How to use. This is a high-level endgame CR25 boss. I don't recommend running it for any party below 17th level or for groups that don't enjoy complex punishing encounters. That is a pretty good warning. You could also ad start in 5 minutes. All right. I'll try and hurry this up. Because I don't have a snooze today for some reason. I'm not sure why. This fight is meant to be oppressive. The false deity has tools that punish overextension, shut down autopilot play, and drag the party into a war of positioning and resources. If you run this with the intention of beating your players, they will die, so run it like a horror set piece. Pressure tells escalation and earned openings. Alright, I suppose a lot of this would go without saying. Honestly, like if it's built correctly and you say the tone that you want to convey with it and such, then like the gameplay will sort of build itself. What's the phrase? What's the phrase that Matt Colville said? The behavior that the game rewards is what the game is about. And so if it's more about rewarding your players for the right behavior or the right like mindset versus punishing them for having the wrong mindset. Right? It's about rewarding them for playing smart with positioning and resources and tactics rather than punishing them for not having that. Because rewards make people happy. People like rewards. Difficulty dials used freely. Reduce save DCs by 2, cut 1 legendary resistance, limit divine mimicry, or delay layer actions until round 2 or 3. Tone tells and what your players may find. The deity prefers to stay hidden and will happily step out of the party's way so long as they don't interfere. If the players only pass through a small religious village without batting an eye to their processions and ceremonies, the false deity has no interest in wasting time to hunt them. If they, however, try to talk NPCs out of their fanaticism or openly oppose or stop masses and festivals, the deity will perceive them as a source of disruption that may handicap its feeding. Alright. At first, it won't do much. NPCs will feel weird about the party, merchants may refuse to sell things to them, and people may avoid them or watch from afar as the false deity uses its influence to subconsciously convince its followers that the party are outsiders and dangerous. Alright. I feel like a good way to do things is at first having everything be the actual like worshippers themselves, right? Like don't if the religious influence is done right, then then the false deity might not even have to do anything in a particular instance, right? Like a village or a town or whatever, right? They might not even have to actually do anything in order for their will to be enacted, because it's so foundational, right? It is existential. It is the belief. It is the it has become the glue of the social network, and people will want to defend their social network on their own. Ads start in, apparently, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ad break. Why does it say 4 minutes? Why does it say 4 minutes? I think maybe it might be lying to me a little bit. It might be lying to me a little bit. No ads. I have beaten the algorithm. All right. It seems like ads have not been happening today, which is not a bad thing. But also, I like eating I like my pennies. The pennies are so tasty, yummy. I like my singular sense. Opened up Obsidian again out of habit. That's not what we're looking at. If ads do start, let me know when they happen so that I stop reading, so that people don't miss anything. Oh. All right. Thanks, man. If your players refuse to quit meddling or escalate, the false deity will be forced to move more direct in its approach. Citizens may shout at the party, calling them heretics or accusing them of atrocities. Oh. Alrighty. While the ads are happening, how is everybody? I hope things are going well. I'm really happy that the engineer is back. I really missed having them in chat. I'm glad to hear that they're okay, and sorry that, alright, will do. Yeah, no, it's wonderful. It'll be nice to, once that one adventure that I'm working on is done, to like take a break, have these days be working on my comic, talking about that setting, working on designs for that sort of stuff, because I feel like I want to turn that setting into like more of a comic thing, and I want this setting to be the more like D&D playable, version of things. Not version of things, but like Faden. I want Faden to be the setting where people play in and enjoy as a game, and I want what I have been calling Foldur, but I might be renaming it because it's changed so much from its original idea. Like to be more of a visual medium sort of thing. Ads over? Alright, ads for me. It says ad break is still happening for another 30 seconds, so I'm gonna keep yapping until it tells me that it's over. And then once it tells me that it's over, then I'll say that it's over. Because... 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, ad break ended. Alright, to sort of repeat what I was reading, since it's been a couple minutes. Later on, if your party refuses to quit meddling or escalate, the false deity will be forced to be more direct in its approach. Citizens may shout at the party, calling them heretics or accusing them of atrocities. Religious leaders may preach that the party, that the players are demonic, evil, or generally against their god. Villagers and commoners may unexpectedly attack the party or turn hostile on sight. This may be because I played Blasphemous. That's one of the things we played, on stream. Is the game Blasphemous. Highly recommend. What you're describing here reminds me a little bit of the Grievous Miracle. And like... Honestly, the miracle is very hands-off. Like, in... Not literally. In a literal sense, it's hands-on. It warps its followers. It like, physically, it listens to prayers in a twisted sense. It gets jealous and when other people are being worshipped and turns them into mockeries of themselves. And like that sort of thing. But in Blasphemous, you only fight the Grievous Miracle at the very end of the true ending. The entire time you're fighting the church. Right? The main final boss of the game, before you have to do New Game Plus, go into the new area, and then, like, beat the final boss, get the true ending, is the Pope. Right? It's sort of, the in-universe, totally not Pope, don't worry about it. And... I feel like, maybe having them get violent a bit earlier as a panicked reaction, like, more directly could be interesting. Hey, Potato Jeremy, you might have seen the engineer before. They're sort of an early chatter. They've been gone for a while. I just learned a car crash. So I'm glad they're okay. I'm sort of, right now, reviewing some of their homebrew. I'm very happy they're okay. And, like, I'm sort of reviewing, I'm giving a little bit of feedback, I'm giving some of my perspective on things. Because I feel like I'm done, working on my own setting right now. Is it poo? No, it's not poo. There's a lot of good ideas here. More like a truck on human sort of accident? Oh my god, I'm glad you're alive. Like, there's a lot of good ideas here. Like, I'm definitely giving feedback, sort of giving my perspective on things. Cause, like, I don't know, there's stuff to build off here. It's a nice start. Where was I? Optimus hates you, dude. Dude, Optimus Prime would hate you. Take that back! You take that back right now! I'm watching him suggest stuff I explicitly put, like, a couple paragraphs down the line. Yeah, well, guess what? Yeah, well, guess what? That just means that your ideas are good because I'm giving you feedback as you go. I'm not reading it all. I'm not reading it all and then giving feedback. So the live commentary, I'm not complaining, don't worry, that's good. It's called reading comprehension. It's something that I wish to promote in people because it's a valuable skill, and I believe that I'd be doing people a service by helping people find literature that they love. You thought I was gonna turn it into something negative? No. Reading comprehension is something that is not inherently the person's fault, and thus is not, and thus is something to help promote people out of rather than shun people for. And that's a side note. JJK fans hate this man. Watch how he understands the material with one simple trick. Big help for the JJK fandom. Yeah. I need to read Mojulo, like that sequel comic. Guess what? I am JJK fans. I enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen. Is its story as strong as some people let on? Not necessarily, but there is stuff there, and that stuff is good, and the fights are good. At last, if the party perseveres. TikTok edit AI quote. Domain expansion potential man. No. With this treasure, I summon potential man. If the party perseveres and pushes against this, only then will the deity take matters to a personal level. It will animate religious icons to attack player. You know, what's the funny meme quote? You know, sometimes my intelligence, it scares me. Yeah, sometimes I see where stuff is going and I don't realize. Domain expansion, contextual misinformation. Oh man. Oh, there's this one manga I need to continue reading called 20th Century Boys. Like it's really weird. It reminds me a little bit of Mob Psycho. But like if Mob Psycho had a bit more of the tone of like not a dark manga, but like a bit of a darker manga. The best immediate comparisons that come to mind are things like JJK or like Chainsaw Man, where things are a little fucked up. Things are a bit fucked up. Religious icons to attack players when they are near shrines and churches. It will drive worshippers mad with visions of the end times, framing the party as the catalyst that must be stopped at all costs. By this point, the false deity understands that the players aren't going to quit on their own volition, and that if this continues, the false deity will be destroyed or exposed, both of which it cannot tolerate. Yeah, like some might say I'm able to predict the future. That's a lie. It's just that I have a very particular idea, and it seems that this is matching that idea. I think the main thing is word choice and formatting. Honestly, I feel like that's most of it. The ideas are solid. At least so far. It's important to note that none of the NPCs are enthralled, mind-controlled, or under trance. The false deity isn't puppeteering their bodies or possessing them. All characters are doing this out of their own volition. The deity only disguises itself as their god. The faithful, only exhilarated by the idea of divine communion, follow the deity's instructions and commands with unmatched fervor, simply because they desperately want proof that their god is real and favors them. Accepting they have been deceived might mean accepting that their god doesn't care or doesn't exist. What I'm wondering is, how this functions in a reality like a lot of D&D settings where gods are just objectively real and influence the mortal world. And people usually believe in multiple deities. And I don't mean that in like, oh, it wouldn't work in that. I mean like the world building function. Like how would everybody interact with these crazy fucks? Or like, no, this is the god. Cause like that's crazy in a similar way to being atheist in a D&D world where the gods actually give people powers and walk amongst the living. There's a paragraph detailing it later down. All right. I'm a lot less good at looking at stat blocks. I mean, yeah, I like the art. It's very striking. It definitely reminds me of the art style I recognize that you've shown me. It'd be wild if you're like, yeah, I made it, and then it was a completely new art style. Like, how much has your art progressed? I just put some flavor into tag descriptions and stuff. All right. So, how's the encounter with it going to work? Is it going to be just like one creature? Moradin pulling up to the false deity be like Moradin getting his big hammer, bonking the false deity on the head, boom, and then just walking away. Oh, that big cartoony bump. Big cartoony bump on head. Tweeting birds circling around. As well as some fun traits and actions and reactions. All right, because here's something that is very important with D&D encounter design. Action economy is very important. So, for instance, a party of, let's say a full party of level 2 adventurers, 4 people. Four characters are able to defeat a coven of hags, which should be way out of their range. That is because action economy is on their side, and they were being little bitches and using cover all over the place. Hi, it's me and my play group. We were the level 2 party. Versus like if you have more kobolds than party members, which would technically be more balanced in terms of like challenge rating, the same party gets absolutely flummoxed. So it's important to remember sometimes you need some extra little minions. My job is ruining economies. The action economy means nothing to me. Summon the army of Skelemans. If you don't play smart, you will die. Here's the thing, right? You need to be careful about like wanting the players to die, I guess, or not wanting the players to die, but going, all right, you will die if you have this, because people don't like their characters dying. Did you put in a fail state that's like outside of dying necessarily? Like dying should still be a possibility, but it'd be really interesting if the party loses and there's another fail state which allows for another adventure. Right, especially if you decide to like introduce moral of the story, this bitch needs to read. Got it. All right. Let's see. False deity, gargantuan aberration, unaligned. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm making jokes about myself. This bitch needs to read. It's me. I'm this bitch. I need to read. Why is it unaligned? That's interesting. That has interesting connotations. Because from what I've seen, it seems like it would be classified as evil, especially in a setting where, like, evil is an objective part of reality. Right? Like, the forces of good and evil in a lot of D&D settings are as concrete as what pulls you down to the earth. So it's interesting that they're unaligned, because unaligned means something more concrete than just, they are not bad, they're unknowable. Like I said, nice art, by the way. Armor class 23, natural armor. You did say that this was a endgame, like, level 20 boss. My process of preparing combat encounters usually doesn't hinge on the PCs dying, rather the resources being depleted. Like, if the party is set at max HP and barely use their spell slots, then it's too easy. But if they're at half health and out of spell slots, then it was challenging. Yeah, no. And if one of the PCs went under, but didn't necessarily die, right? Like, let's say they went under, they went into the negatives, they rolled their death saves, and they passed all their death saves, like, during combat, or they were brought back by one of their party members. Or maybe even two, right? Or maybe all of them at some point. That is a challenging encounter. Death should not necessarily be the first thing you go for, but it should be a possibility if things go wrong, if that makes sense. And I know you said that there's stuff later down. Still, that's a, you know, we're both sort of giving the same advice. Both Potato Jeremy and I are DMs. Was meant to make you user. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you have talked about, like, if you fail, you will die. Like, it'd be in. You shall read. I'll continue reading. I keep getting distracted. Saving throws, strength plus 14, con plus 15, wisdom plus 13, charisma plus 13. That is insane. That is insane. You know what I'm gonna do? Fireball! 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 Fire! I start being a YouTube poop. Blob. Because, like, Fireball does dex saves, right? You need to do a dex save to do Fireball. I know there's legendary resistances. Let me look at those. Layer actions, legendary action. You don't have legendary resistances on this thing? Yeah, you should add some legendary resistance to this bad boy. Otherwise, you're gonna get fucked. Like, the players are gonna find a way to fuck this thing over. They always do. I like the damage immunities. Necrotic and poison are definitely good ones. It does kind of make sense. I have an interesting idea, though. I have an interesting idea for damage resistance. I'm forgetting what it's called. Damage types D&D 5e. All damage types explained. Give them to me. Continue without disabling. Fuck you. Radiant. Might I suggest damage resistance radiant? Like, not as a replacer, but as like an addition. Because I think that would be really interesting if they're resistant to, wait, no, I can't read. It says resistance to radiant. I'm an idiot. Disregard. Disregarded. I'd succeed. Go, go from JJK. I went straight to the immunities. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, coach. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks, and radiant. That's pretty good. Generally, I'd consider that pretty good resistance-wise. The thing needs no dex bonus to fireball. Alright, let's see. Condition immunities. It cannot be blinded, charmed, frightened, stunned, or paralyzed. Alright, checks out. Senses blind sight 20 feet, dark vision. Okay, it has superior dark vision, it has true sight 30, and passive perception 23. Ooh, the rogues are not gonna be happy, folks. The rogues are fuming. You just can't see because they're alone in the corner somewhere, skulking. Languages, any... When the creature tries to read the false deity, such as by making an insight check, it must succeed a DC 21 wisdom saving throw or take 1848 psychic damage and has disadvantage on insight checks against it until the end of its next turn. When a creature casts a divination spell that would locate or observe the false deity, the caster must make the same save. On a failure, the spell fails and the caster is frightened until the end of its next turn. Alright, I had to think about that for a moment. No, that's just kind of interesting. There are a few stat blocks that I've seen that have something like that. Right? Like, and it can definitely work out. It's definitely an interesting thing to have for a big bad. Like, if I remember right, Strahd from Curse of Strahd doesn't play well with divination or anything like that. Like, from when I played Curse of Strahd, he could tell when somebody's looking in on them and on him and from where, and he has control over Barovia. It's his prison. I mean, his kingdom. His domain. And so, he'll personally come to fuck you up. And so, no, I just kind of like that. I just kind of like that. Legendary resistance. Me when I'm stupid. Usually this is in a separate section, I thought. 4 times a day. If the false Hydra fails a saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead. Magic resistance. The false deity has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Ungodly, unstopped. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing you were talking about. There it is. There it is. The false deity already said that. Ungodly, unstopped. If when making an attack, its target is out of range by 10 feet or less, the false deity can move exactly the distance needed to bring that target into range. Then makes the attack with disadvantage. All right, that's good. It's good that it makes that a disadvantage. I would like to make a little bit of an addendum to that, though. Like a little bit of an addition. I would suggest adding into exactly the distance needed to bring the target into range, as long as it has the movement. Right, like its speed is 70 feet with a fly speed of 100, right? So it might not have to worry about that so much, but it would still be a nice addendum just in case to be like, as long as it has the movement. I said I wasn't gonna critique the stat block too much, but c'est la vie, such is life. I got that saying from a friend. If that friend is watching, they know who they are, and I appreciate them. Big thumbs up. Undying Chorus, 3 times a day. When a creature within 120 feet of the false deity is reduced to 0 hit points, the false deity sings a chorus of dead angels. Up to 3 creatures of its choice within 60 feet of that downed creature regain 33, 60-10 hit points. Dear God. Great googly moogledy. Oh God, that might turn it into a slog. That might turn the combat into a slog if you're not careful. You need to be careful about how you use that. Not because it's gonna be too hard, but because, like, you need to take fun into account. Like, it is limited to 3 times a day and up to 3 creatures of its choice. So if you have a bunch of, like, 1 hit point mooks and you allow the cleave optional rule, then it's not too bad. It's not really that bad. Maybe you'd want to save it for, like, some more elite lieutenants or something in the combat, rather than like a bunch of mooks, a bunch of peons, a bunch of what's the term, minions, a bunch of minions. Divine Mimicry. When a creature the false deity can see within 120 feet casts a spell of 5th level or lower, the false deity can mimic it as a reaction, no components, choosing new targets. That is bullshit. That is very funny, but that's also bullshit. I can see I know players that would be pissed by that. Keep it in. Keep it in, maybe lower the amount of times it can do it. Like, maybe lower it to, like, 3 times a day, maybe? puts hand on your shoulder. No, man. We cast Fireball. Yeah, no, exactly. But, you know, like I said, maybe lower it to, like, 3 times a day. Because sometimes with a lot of stuff, 3 times is the charm. Mimic it as a reaction, no components. That's definitely interesting. What makes that somewhat balanced? 1, this is, like you said, and with everything, an end game, like level 20, everybody has bullshit level monster, right? So honestly, that's not that bad. If this was anything lower than that, if this was like a tier 3 or even tier 2 level of play monster, I would axe that ability. But this is a tier 4, like, Heroes of the Multiverse level like threat. I think that's the term for tier 4 play, right? D&D generally has 4 tiers of play, where there's local heroes, heroes of the realm, heroes of the world, heroes of the multiverse, or something like that. I forget what they're all called, but they're 4 distinct tiers of play where generally the vibe is different. This is tier 4, and so this gives you the wizard looking to the side to see the 12 decks restrained prone heavy armor paladin friend at 23 HP. Yeah, all right, yeah. Multi-attack, the false deity makes 3 attacks in any combination. Starfall Bolt, to dust, reduce, or dominion. No physical attacks? Like no claw attack, no bite attack, no like slam attack. Like there's swallow, right? There's the funny vor attack. Right there. Which is on a recharge 5 or 6, which makes it a lot better. You see that a lot on dragons, which I guess is why you put that as the image. But like, really, it could probably look like anything, right? Like, honestly, I'd recommend it being able to look kind of like anything. Starfall Bolt, a ranged spell attack, plus 13 to hit. Dear fucking god, the mages are fucked. They are doomed. They are doomed. Oh dear god. One target hit 44, 60, 10 plus 11 necrotic damage. A bolt of intense darkness is projected like a shooting star. My humble divination wizard disappearing like the Ash baby. Oh, I think I'm getting a knock at the door. Let me mute my mic real quick. I was wrong. It was another door. Yeah, yep, that still is the wizard. Yeah, no. You just me disappearing. To dust melee weapon. Oh, never mind. Melee claw. There's a claw attack. Me when I'm unobservant and do not read. Plus 14 to hit. Reach 15 feet. One target hit 44, 60, 10 plus 11 slashing damage. Reduce. Melee weapon attack. Tail. Plus 14 to hit. Reach 15. One target. Or up to 3 targets if all are within 5 feet of each other. That punishes so hard. Besides, if I'm a wizard player, I ask if a 28 can get past the shield spell. Oh, me asking the warlock if a... Oh, what's the maximum I can roll? Okay, so 20 plus 13. Let's do 20 plus 13. So, me asking the warlock if a 33 hits where they have the, their funny eldritch armor plus a shield spell cast by the wizard, plus like protection, like some protection thing from the paladin, like, hey, does a 33 hit? And then just them weeping. Hit 44 damage, bludgeoning, and the target must succeed on a DC 21 strength saving throw or be pulled 15 feet and knocked prone. Oh no. Oh no, my sweet summer child. Me weeping as the barbarian, even though like the tome of the bear barbarian, even though they take like half damage to everything from everything except psychic, them bleeding and battered on the ground. I just got a damn. That's a 33 hit. That's a 33 hit. Yeah, I think a 33 to hit is a valid question in Pathfinder. This is D&D 5th edition. That one weird realistic image of Chris Griffin just hearing Amazing Grace. Like the fucking Amazing Grace, but it's the fucking ARG version. The barbarian getting bitch slapped into a wall like a Mechamium. The big Raga, the op stompa. On the Great 50 Fly Curse. Listen, don't try and underestimate the bug curses. Man, the cockroach curse was giving Yuta a run for his money. Go, so many cockroaches, they're more of a liquid. Yeah, let's have fluid physics on a bunch of bugs. Meaning melee hit attack claw plus 14 to hit. Range 10 feet on target, hit 3368 plus 6 bludgeoning damage, and the target must succeed a DC 21 dexterity saving throw or be restricted. Might I recommend? Help me, guys, stop the clash. I don't have a domain. I don't. Please, Kuroruchi, please. I have no domain. But you know, might I recommend making this a raid boss type thing where, like, the party has to recruit other people as well to help them. Because this is going to melt a party. This is going to melt people. You are going to see the wizard turn to sludge. You're going to see the rogue weep. You're going to see the barbarian turned into mush. The fighter might be weirdly fine, actually. The fighter might be weirdly fine. The cleric, out of spell slots, 1 HP. Absolutely fucked. Like, might I recommend suggesting giving helpful NPCs that can help in combat, you know? Unless the party is more than 4 people, and then by that point it's fine. This is going to mulch a party. I may have overdone the numbers a bit. I'll fine-tune it. Yeah, no, these numbers are fucking crazy, man. It's funny as hell, right? Like, seeing this from afar would be really funny. Swallow, recharge, 5 or 6. The false deity exhales blood. I've already read this one, but I think the swallow is actually one of the most fair ones here because one, it recharges on a 5 or 6, and also because, like, if it's a 60-foot cone and they're far enough away, they move 30 feet. There's always databases in D&D circles about what the strongest monster is, but the correct answer is always the homebrew monster the GM swears is balanced. So, I'm coding a D&D simulator to gauge the balance. Alright, that's fair, yeah. Oh, by the way, Potato Jeremy, for context, this bitch is getting an engineering degree. There's a reason they're called the Engineer, and it's not just Team Fortress 2. This bitch is intelligent. Dude, like, people drop out of my degree into theater because it's like too hard. Then, like, they say the natural sciences are too hard. I could not fathom being in an engineering degree. And I only went to film school for 1 year. I mean, yeah, but also you're really good at editing. So frankly, I think that right now you have the transferable skill. Like, I'm lucky to live in the lovely state of Oregon, right? Where natural resources is a major part of our industry and our livelihood and public infrastructure and sort of everything. So I'll have options once I get everything. But, like, Uh, like, what happens if the federal government fucks over the Forestry Service again? Which it is. But yeah, no, this bitch intelligent. Ooh, bonus actions. Ooh, we get to bonus actions. I like bonus actions. I superimpose my soul onto you. That's right, Kenjaku. I am Kenjaku, you are ghetto. Ghetto fucked. The false deity moves up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. During this movement, it can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain, but it takes 3d6 force damage if it ends its turn inside an object. Ooh, all right. So it gets damaged. Was a Kenjaku themed spell actually? Awesome. I love Jujutsu Kaisen. I need to finish reading Modulo. I'm like a couple issues in. Modulo, I love a heartwarming story about immigrants. There's no hyperbole. There is no joke here. I mean that genuinely, and also that seems like that's kind of what's going on with Modulo, because a bunch of actual space aliens show up and want to live on Earth. They are immigrants. I like superimpose because it potentially damages. Like, wait, I might be mishearing this or misreading this, misinterpreting it. Does it damage itself if it ends in a space, an object, or does it damage the object? Because if it damages the object, that changes my perception of this thing this move entirely. I recommend that you can't level up normally, but if they switch into a body, they steal their class and stuff, but it gives their mental stats. It damages itself. All right. I really like this ability. I like it a lot. This is awesome. No notes on superimpose. Because like it allows for movement options, but it's potentially punishable. Exhale. Magical darkness spreads from the false deity in a 60-foot radius and lasts until the start of its next turn. The false deity can see through this darkness. Alright, no, that's just casting darkness with the ability to see through it yourself. Like, nothing really to write home about, but that's definitely very interesting. That has immediate effects, though. It has immediate knock-on effects of trying to find the words in the language that I know, which is English. It's the only one I know. It has immediate effects on what the party is able to do, because a lot of spells rely on line of sight. Which is not something to necessarily change, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. Here's my answer to this. Keep the ability the same, but change it from a bonus action to an or not change it from a bonus action. Make it so that it can either only do it a certain amount of times a day or have it on a recharge. Because the ability to basically stop most spells, because a lot of them require line of sight as a bonus action, is really, really strong. Plus, this is magical darkness. If you're outside of the zone, you still can't see what's inside the zone. even though it's not impairing your vision. Already body swapped into one of the party's NPC companions as a way to join the campaign group. I see. I remember having an idea for a mimic player character, or basically a sorry, I was being too loud. If a doppelganger, like if a doppelganger was like a mimic, where it could change the shape in the same way that a mimic changes into a chest, for instance. I want to figure out a way to do that. Now we have plasmids. Plasmids are Bioshock. It's Bioshock. I'm running out of ways to speak. It's very interesting. But like, you reminded me of that idea. That's an idea for a game if we ever play an actual proper D&D game again. We've been playing a lot of Lancer and Vampire the Masquerade, and also Fallout TTRPG, and also a homebrew game system that we're playtesting that's built off of 5e, but it's not 5e. Very fun. It's based on like superheroes and stuff, and works really well for a lot of like shonen. So like we've done stuff with My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen. We did a one-shot in Invincible, like that sort of stuff. Like it works for those sorts of high-powered, like actiony sort of things, and it's fun. It's still in very much work in progress, so I'm not really gonna say much more about it, but it's fun. Where was I? Reactions. But yeah, you know, like I said, maybe make exhale either like a limited amount of times a day or on a recharge, because that is very broken. It's very understated, but it's also very broken. Reactions. Gaze. When a creature the false Hydra can see targets it with an attack, the attacker must make a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, it takes 27 psychic damage. Yeah, we all jumped an Invincible variant. Cecil came in at the end and was like, holy shit. Cause like, okay, I was playing, imagine if, like a big hardware store like Home Depot, like one of those middle-aged dads you see in there had a Common Rider belt that basically allowed them to summon anything from one of those big box like hardware stores. And a lady who merged with the Bug. I say the Bug very purposefully. It is the Bug. And Peter Jeremy, I right, no, you were Captain Platinum. Well, I forget your exact powers, but you seemed very Superman-esque, which is very cool. But yeah, 27, 68 psychic damage is really, really big for a reaction. That's really big for a reaction. You might want to mess with the numbers a little bit. You might want to mess with the numbers a little bit. On a success, it takes half the psychic damage and rerolls the attack roll. And it rerolls the attack roll. You're mixing together fireball and silvery barbs into a reaction that it can just do. That is insane. Imagine if Fireball made you do the silvery barb stuff of re-rolling what you just did. Yeah, pretty much my goal with that character was not to make his power too complicated. Yeah, fiery barbs. Yeah, I don't like being hit by fiery barbs. Was to not make his powers too complicated, so he basically just had super strength, speed, toughness, flight, and could shoot energy beams from his hands. I really like Captain Platinum. I hope we play more of the Invincible game with those characters, because I like the characters a lot. It definitely felt like it ended on a nice cliffhanger. All right, now we're getting to legendary actions. Surprise attack. Roll again. What? Roll again. Yeah, no, with add certain 5 minutes. There was also a twist about him that I never got to reveal. Well, don't say anything if we get back to it. If it gets revealed that we're never going back to it, then yeah, reveal it. But like, keep that shit secret, man. This thing just feels like it's making rogues weep, and that makes me sad. I like rogues. I like rogues. I don't play them very much, but I like them. I have a thing that I want to make a joke about, but I'll wait until I finish reading this one. Inescapable. The false deity teleports to an unoccupied space directly behind a creature it can see within 300 feet that is moving away or disengaging to dust. Oh, how's... this is Professor Farnsworth on the phone, Futurama style. So, how's the party doing? To dust, you say? And what about their spouses? To dust, you say? The false deity makes one to dust attack. Oh, I see. I see. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Inspire lunacy. Alright, so Crown of Madness. When ally of the false deity can see within 60 feet, gains +5 bonus to its next attack roll made before the end of its next turn. It is not Crown of Madness. I thought it was gonna be Crown of Madness, but that would be very funny. I'm starting to see the tar mannequin right there. It's intriguing me. Feed. Cost 2 actions. Oh. Me when the tar man is next to me. It's the tar man again. The false deity targets one creature it can see within 60 feet that is charmed by it, incapacitated, or willing. The target takes 22 4d10 necrotic damage, and the false deity regains his hit points, not his points. Actually, I think it's her points. No, hit points. Equal amount of hit points dealt. If this reduces the target to 0 hit points, the false deity regains 1 expended use of Undying Chorus and Divine Mimicry. Oh, I see. That's nothing to really complain about. That's actually pretty interesting. I like that. Lair actions. The false deity's lair is typically a desecrated church or temple, warped by tar and fanatic whispers. On initiative count 20, losing initiative ties. What does that mean, losing initiative ties? The false deity takes a lair action to cause one of the following effects. It can use the same effect 2 rounds. It cannot use the same effects 2 rounds in a row. By the way, 30 seconds till adds unless it's lying. Also rolls a 20. The player turn goes before the lair action. Okay. So it's sort of an automatic roll off. The player succeeds. All right, that makes sense. Because usually there'd be a roll off. This is when ads are supposed to start. Let me know if they've started. Once they actually start. I was gonna take a sip of water, but there is no water. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at the... It's lie. It's lie. It's lie me. It's lie me. Power mannequin, medium aberration, unaligned. Well, I'm not going to be able to check out this entire thing today. I hope that's all right. I have a tabletop game to get to. Thank you, ads in progress. Is it ad break? Well, either way, just in case, I will take a break. Like I said, I have a tabletop game to get to, and I could keep doing this all day. That would be fun, but I do have things I need to do. But not at this moment. I want to get to this fucking Dar mannequin. Me, Captain America. Captain America. I could do this all day. You know, I really do enjoy world building. It's something that I can't help but do. Sometimes I'm like, no, I have an idea. And it springs from my head like Athena sprang from the head of Zeus. And then suddenly there's a crow man. It's okay, the whole thing is massive. All right. Man, and like, you know, like this idea I had earlier, which I wrote down, of this crow man that steals the eyes of the dead in order to gain insight. And because the dead no longer have eyes, their spirits are restless. And so the party will need to chase the guy, the crow guy down in order to get the eyes back and return it to the spirits of the dead. So that they may once again rest in Peebus. You know, rest in peace. Yeah, I think a big thing with the setting, a lot of people, when making a sandbox TM, and this will be a bit of a sandbox because campaigns will be set in it rather than it being a campaign in and of itself, is you need to add quests in and stories in there. Right, like, a big thing people forget is that you can't just have random encounters, you have to populate the world. You have to Breath of the Wild it. Alright, it tells me ad break is over. I will go back now. Power Mannequin. Medium aberration, unaligned. Armor class 14, natural armor. Alright, this is sort of the range of monster that I'm used to. By the way, I've never designed things for a high-level game. Fun fact. I've sort of, like, only ever designed stuff for, like, tier 1 and tier 2 game. Because, one, that's what I'm working on right now, and two, we don't usually stick with a game for that long. So I'm just way more used to like, low to mid-level. Hit points, 27, 68. My favorite number. Fun fact, in case you didn't know. It's 3 threes. You multiply 3 times, you get 27. And if you add 9 3 times, it's 27, and 9 is 3 threes. So it's threes all the way down. 27 is an awesome number. Strength +1, Dex +4, Con +0, Int -4. That checks out. Wisdom 10, Charisma -3. Saving throw, Dex +6, damage vulnerabilities, bludgeoning, damage immunities, necrotic and poison, conditions, charmed, poisoned, senses, dark vision, 60 feet, blind vision, blind sight, 15 feet, passive perception 10. All that checks out. Languages, none. Challenge rating 1. Alright, checks out. This is a little bit big for what I'm used to for a challenge rating 1. Not that I'm doubting the balance, it's just I'm not used to challenge rating 1 stat blocks being long. Well, this isn't long. Look at the false deity, and I'm like, long. Like this bitch is long. The tar mannequin is pretty damn normal. I know I'm used to challenge rating 1 things that, at least in the monster manual, being like, yeah, it has claw attack. Doesn't have anything else. It has bite attack. Alright, anything else? No. Wall crawler. The mannequin can climb difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings, without ability checks. Alright, so basically it has a climb speed. Wall crawler just gives it a climb speed of 50. Yeah, it just gives it a climb speed. Tar burst. When reduced to 0 hit points, it explodes in tar. Creatures within 10 feet make a DC 13 Dex save or take 7 2d6 necrotic damage and have speed halved until a short rest. Tar sticks. Make sure they can only be slowed once. Make sure they can only be slowed once. You don't want, you really don't want their movement to be continually halved. Because that's fucked. Variants. Star mannequins come in types born from false deities, from the false deity's influence. Skitterer, type 1, aggressive swarmer. I like that you're using variants. I don't see this very often. I see this in stat blocks like the swarm of insects, or like a swarm of birds, or yeah, that sort of stuff. That's where you tend to see variants in the stat blocks. It's nice to see it. It's nice to see it more often. Multi-attack. 2 Tar Claw attacks. What does... Oh, wait, no, it's right down here. Tar Claw, melee weapon attack, +6. A +6 on a CR1 monster is a bit much. It's a little bit much in my opinion. I'll reach 5 feet, that checks out. Hit 11. 2d6 +4. The damage is not bad. Slashing plus... Okay, +7 necrotic. Okay, plus 2d6 necrotic. You're doing 4d6 damage as a CR1 monster. And you have multi-attack where you can do it twice, so you're potentially... you're potentially doing... 8d6 plus 8 damage to somebody. As a CR1 monster, that's a lot. Right, you were doing a lot of damage in this case. So like I said, maybe reduce it a little bit. Maybe lower it to like 1d6 for each. Keep the bonus. You know, yeah, have the damage, the amount of damage that it can do effectively. Because, like, if this is going to be a low-level monster, you don't want to absolutely melt the party. And if this is for a high-level game and you have a bunch of these guys, then it's not that bad, but it's definitely going to add up. Boiler, type 2, ranged, alright, so this is sort of your artillery, sort of archer type guy. I like that you're taking into account army setup, because this is how you make more dynamic fights. That's good. I'm doing this with goblins in the adventure I'm writing, Goblins in the Moor, where there's gonna be different kinds of goblins and they do different things and stuff like that. You know, so that you can make a whole campaign out of basically one type of enemy. Because if you make the type of enemy really diverse, or at least a bit diverse enough to play with, then you know you can really have fun. Your party will have fun. You'll have fun. Yeah, you want pieces to a puzzle. I guess is the best way to put it. An idol. Oh, I forgot to read Target. Target, ranged attack weapon, +6 to hit, range 60 feet. 1 target, hit 14, 3d6 +4 necrotic. On a hit, the target has disadvantage on the next attack. Ooh. Oh. I'd raise the challenge rating for this, actually. Because this is a really interesting monster design. I just don't think it's a challenge rating 1 monster. I think this is worth more than 200 experience. Especially since it's clear that they're meant to work together. I forgot to read chest splits for Tar Blast. Very fragile. HP 18/4d8. Alright, that checks out. So it's damaged when it does that. That's pretty sick. Idol, type 3, support buffer. Sorry for being tired. Stays back. Weeps tar to buff 1 ally. No attacks. HP 22 to 5d8. Oh, are these the HP of each type of one? I might have been misreading it. This is the HP of this of the idol. All right. Weeping Prayer. Recharge 5 and 6. Okay, not range. Recharge 5 and 6. Choose one ally within 60 feet. Until start of next turn, ally has +2 AC and advantage on saves versus spells. Divine Mockery Aura. Alrighty. I rather like where this is going. The false deity might need some work. The tar mannequin, I think, should be increased to maybe challenge rating 2. This feels more like a challenge rating 2 monster to me. There's definitely a very strong core here. Most of my criticism, I guess, is just adjusting the numbers to be a little less brutal. Like, either make the saving throws a little bit easier, make them a little bit easier in some places to pass. In others, like, lower the damage so that the party doesn't get absolutely melted. You know, it's very cool. Like I said, I would read the tar mannequin, and then I would do my ending read. Yeah, you're very welcome anytime. Well, I guess not anytime. I'd have to be streaming to. Actually, no, I wouldn't have to be streaming. I have a Discord. You can ask for feedback in the Discord. I give feedback. But yeah, and I'm going to do my ending read now, because like I said, I have a tabletop game to get to playing. So I've been Bajongles. You can find me over here on Twitch, Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, noon Pacific Standard Time. I'd much appreciate a follow. Speaking of follow, you can follow me over on Blue Sky and Tumblr, both at BigBoyArt1, username Bajongles. And if you'd be so kind, I'd appreciate it if you could join the Discord. Either !Discord in the chat or in the description down below on YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, hi YouTube, if you like this, make sure to like and subscribe. I will be back on Sunday with Clockwork Stephanie to play Far Cry 5. We are in the last third of the game, which means we will be finishing it, in this batch of playing. And then on Monday, I will be on the Discord server for Multiplayer Monday. It's nice to get back to that after doing the Bendython. And then on Tuesday, I'll be doing more work on the piece of Roronoa Zoro. And so with that, once again, it has been a wonderful time. I will catch you all on the flip-flop. Bye-bye. Once again, it's nice seeing you again, the engineer. I'm glad you're doing okay. Bye-bye.